Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Magic the Gathering Arena. Today is Friday, January the 17th, one day after the new expansion coming out, and it looks like it's going to be one of those days as far as YouTube is concerned where they're not going to bother to put out notifications. Which sucks, certainly. I mean, imagine working at any other job where your support staff or your boss is stated position and their job is to notify people when you make a video, and just half the time they go, nah, I'm not gonna bother to do my job, and it affects you directly, and it affects you potentially being successful. That would suck, certainly. Speaking of things that suck, right now, to get the mastery, let's address this first. Unlocked. It requires 3,400 diamond gems, the premium currency that seemingly can only be purchased through the store. Like, as far as I can tell, well, I could spend 2,000 and hope to win 7 victories in a draft and get back gems. That's like the only gamble I could do. In all honesty, I get no victories, I spend 2,000, I get back 200. Or I get 3 victories and then you would get back 1,200 gems. It's not until you get 3 victories, 3 wins, then yeah, you get 200 even if you lose. But yeah, it's not until you get 3 wins out of 3 losses, which would be tough, frankly, since I don't know this new expansion. I don't know these new cards. Nobody really does, except for maybe some people who cheated. So you'd have to do incredibly well to make any profit on this, and it's not guaranteed. Nor is it possible that people with 0 gems, if they were just brand new to Magic, like they started because of this new expansion, the new players, they can't get into that sealed draft and do that. The only other options are to spend 10,000 gold, which is roughly $12.50, to get this card, which doesn't help you get any gems. Or do a ranked draft to Throne of Eldraine for 5,000, and I guess then if you got enough victories here, you'd only be trading gold for gems. So I guess maybe I need to do more ranked drafts, but do I want to do a Throne of Eldraine ranked draft, or do I want to wait? Because the secondary part of that problem is this ends in 13 days. What is the chance? Like, we kind of don't have a guarantee that there will be a ranked draft. Alright, so in an abundance of caution, I guess I need to do this ranked draft, Throne of Eldraine, today. Let's re-roll this right now, and I'm hearing that it's Magic Arena is having tons of trouble with network disconnects and network problems. It's been really terrible as far as their network connectivity in the middle of their major things. They also reset the daily quest yesterday, as I did the 50 card pack opening, so after that incredibly long and at the end, I'll fully admit, boring event of just doing sampler deck rebuilds, at the end of the day, I did play to 15 victories, so we're up at rank 6. There's a code called Play Theros, just capital P, capital T, that gives you 3 more packs, and I won 2 packs because I got up to rank 6. So let's open these cards. But I guess what we're going to spend today mostly doing is the ranked draft, and we just need to hope that we could get enough gems. And it probably means that when there is a ranked draft, we need to probably play a ranked draft always and spend more gold on playing ranked drafts than saving up golds to do 50 card pack openings, which may not be a terrible idea. Now, I do like that they've updated this ability where now new cards are labeled as new. I wish they would kind of highlight when you get whether you're getting a second or third copy of the other cards, but they don't. And you still are getting 4th copies of commons and uncommons, 5th copies, 6th copies, things like that, as far as I understand it. All these special lands that I spent a bunch of wild cards to make from Throne of Eldraine gave you +1 health. Now there's a bunch of special land that enters the field tapped and lets you scry, which might be helpful in my blue deck, but probably isn't super helpful in any of the other decks. But I may very well just be underestimating the value of scry. So I had about 94 cards that we didn't even get 1 copy of after opening 6 of them. So there's still a lot to get as far as Theros, and even a decent amount to even get as far as Throne of Eldraine. In particular, Throne of Eldraine and some of the previous expansions have a lot of planeswalkers that I think you still might want. Theros has a bunch of these saga enchantments that are pretty cool. Some of them are pretty cool, some of them seem pretty dumb, but the way they play out over the course of 3 or 4 turns is a cool concept. Makes them a little bit more controllable, I would imagine, and predictable compared to a planeswalker where you just have options. This card, Underworld Breach, didn't work for me when I tried it. This one's a different one than what I'd seen before. I saw something similar to this. They have this kind of unique background that's actually shifting and moving. So this might be an example of digital card backs or backgrounds in the cards, which I don't think Throne of Eldraine had that. And they're a little weird looking, certainly, but Magic certainly is getting crazier with its borders and with its art, and it's just trying everything to modernize as much as it can. And one of the things it could certainly do is just, at least in the digital version, is just get rid of these as the default card back in general. Have the Magic card back that's recognizable just automatically shift to a Theros card back since we're in that expansion. Already had one of these. And honestly, they could probably just change the card back on their new expansions too, and just be done with it. They're actively trying to tempt people to play Magic with cards that don't have sleeves, where I think in the real world 99.9% of anybody who's actually playing paper Magic is sleeving their cards immediately, if not double sleeving their cards immediately, covering up the back anyways. Alright, so what I was planning on doing was doing these sampler decks and continuing to experiment with these cards and figuring out what I like about them, what I don't. Over the course of the next week or two, need to start thinking about how I can combine things from Angelic Army and the new cards from Death Beyond Theros that are white into a white deck. I don't even know when we're going to get to a point where we start doing a multicolored deck. There's just still such a major lack of familiarity with the cards. So that was my plan. I was just going to do that. But in counter to that, this ranked draft Throne of Eldraine I think needs to be played. We need 200 gems, which would be, we need, I guess, 2 victories, and I think we could do that. So here we go. Now I do have the overlay, so I could look at the numbers if I can, but I can barely read them too. So this is like a 3.9. This is like a 3.9. Do we want to do aggro or do we want to do like a control? I mean, do we really have a choice as far as what we're gonna play? Let's see. 3 damage to a creature planeswalker if that creature would die exiled instead. That's not bad, and that is pretty straightforward. We'll draw a card and discard a card for a very high price, so we'll take that. Now these are bot drafts, so it's important to remember that. This would be a combined color card. I don't think I have this, so I guess we would want to rare draft. Oh yeah, forgot about that part. And my overlay system actually I think tells me that too, so let's rare draft as much as we are doing anything else. So I don't have that, so we'll take that. I only have 2 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these. Yeah, 2 of these. 2 of these. 2 of these. So, you know what? Let's see. I only have 2 of these, and we're trying to win, so we'll take that. I only have 2 of these, 2 of these. 1 of these, so it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to have more. Yeah, a red-green concept makes sense. Only have 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these, and 2 of these. So we'll take that. I'm just mostly rare drafting now instead of getting cards that I'd want. This is a good card, so nice. I'm missing one of those. Like, we may really just have to do 2 or 3 of these drafts to get the cards we want on top of the cards that we need. The irony of ironies is if this is the way you fill out your collection, this is not something I had even thought about. Some of these cards' values are pretty bad, and like 1 more copy of Opt is probably pretty worthless. Yeah, it never even crossed my mind that I should just be doing drafts, and that the drafts themselves would be the way in which, with the overlay app, I could fill in the gaps of cards I don't have and end up with potentially four copies of things. Let's see, and I really am just rare drafting at this point. Like, that's all I'm doing. I'm looking at cards I don't have, and I'm grabbing them instead of grabbing what I think for even a second I would use. Let's see. But also it gets into a weird position where it kind of doesn't matter what cards I get here. Like, Throne of Eldraine cards are still going to play a role, but not a major role, really. Like, they really aren't going to play that major of a role once cards start getting banned. Here, I don't have any of these, so we'll take that. We've never gotten any indication that if you get one copy of a card, that raises your chances of getting another copy of that same card. Here, let's get another one of this. I don't think I have any Frogifys. I am just at complete odds with what I should be doing right now. But I am totally loving the idea of filling up a collection and actually having that chance of having a full collection, when really I'd kind of given up on that idea. Of course, a lot of these cards are just draft trash too, so I'm very possibly just picking up draft trash to fill in a collection, to have a complete collection for cards that will eventually kind of quickly fall out of standard. I have like 4 copies of all of these, so let's quickly look here and see if there's anything we'd want to actually play. Let's just take that. And then we have 4 of these, which I guess the Ginger Brute is the right move there. We only have 2 of these, so I'll take that. I have 4 of each of these, so we'll take that. I have 4 of that, so we have to take. Now again, I don't have this, so I'll take it. I only have 2 of these. I only have 2 of these. And I have 3 of those. So start with that. Only have 2 of these, 2 of these. I have 3 of these, and 3 of these. So I'm not even really looking at the cards. I've been blinded by greed. Only have 3 of these, 2 of these, 3 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, and that. So I'm gonna take this and then only have one of these. Let's take that. Only have two of these and two of these. And two of these. So I'll take that. Only have two of these. Although, wait a minute. Did I already get two of these? And is this counting ahead? Or do I have... or am I going to end up with more? I kind of wish these were in alphabetical order. This starts with A, Ardenvale Paladin. Is there a card here called Ardenvale Paladin? Apparently not. But this is the better card to get. Actually, I think I want this though. Alright, I only have two of these, two of these, and two of these. So I'm going to take that. I only have two of these, so and three of these. So those are my only two options. I have four of these, many of these, many of these, and many of these. So then the question is, like, this is the best card to have. And now I am really just picking cards. I think this is the best card to grab. Otherwise, alright. I'll take one of these and one of these because those are ones I don't have. And we have to take that. So that's 59 of 40 cards now. So we have just drafted 4 cards. And let's see. We only have 3 blue. And we have 9 green and 5 black. So I think blue and black can probably be ignored pretty quickly because that's not gonna work. And then let's get rid of the black cards also. And so then that has us being tri-colored. There's still 2 black cards with red, green, and white. And let's see, where is this other black card? Here it is. Alright. Start looking at cards. An attachment card adds flying. Hushbringer would be weird. Interesting. Right, so this is a white and black card. I don't think that's gonna work. Because we want to say red, white, and green. Or very possibly get rid of the greens. That would be the next choice, right? Hmm. Okay. Or are we going red and green and getting rid of the whites? I think we go red and green and get rid of the whites because there's no combo here for, well, yeah, there is. There's a green and white, and then I'd get rid of red. This is not going to work well either way, though, so let's just look at the greens again. Yeah, I think we could probably get rid of the greens. There we go. So then that balances that out to just red and white and 42 cards. So then it just becomes what cards are possibly the worst possible cards to have. How many knights do I have, by the way? Like 5. So buffing up other knights might be useful. A bridge card. Like human tokens. What do we want to get rid of? This one's a pretty expensive one to exile an artifact and draw a card at 4, but frankly 4 is not that expensive. Let's get rid of one of those. And bartered cow. When its dies are discarded, draw a kit. You get a food token. That's interesting. Double strike. 3 for 2/3. One life for each creature you cross. Do I want to get rid of this bridge? Probably. Because I don't know if the bridge is actually going to be that useful. Let's see. Because it's 2 colors mana for 0/4. Or I could get rid of this, which is this discard a card and then draw 2 cards for 2 mana. Which that works fine too. Here we have a 3/1. That's not terrible. Scry or Ginger Brute. Let's get rid of this. And there we go. There's our draft deck. A lot of work there. Let's start playing. So, it undeniably kind of sucks to have to go back and do this the day after spending an extra day streaming. This is going to make the accountability section of today's stream extremely short in the fact that you pretty much know what I did yesterday. I streamed an extra 50 plus card pack opening video. I will say that compared to Hearthstone, there's not enough legendary, golden legendary, rare, awesome sound effects playing when you open packs. Nothing there to subconsciously hype me up as I'm opening them. So it got pretty boring after opening, I would say, about 30 packs. Particularly since the zoom in that you get here is the only zoom in that really works for my distance in which I'm looking at the game. And every other hover zoom in still is a little too small for me to read. Like, I can read double strike there, but when you start putting a ton of text here, that's a little difficult. And there was at least one card where the font size on the text got even smaller. So yeah, I wasn't bothering to really read any of the new cards, which wasn't really hyping me up for the new cards. They need a cell phone version of this game, and they could easily take the first step to developing a cell phone version of this game by just having the card pack openings turn into more of a line like they have over here. Like they already even have the code. They just need to put some tweaks into it and make it look good when opening packs. Alright, 3 damage to any target, or 2 1/1 tokens. What is? Start with this. Because, let's see. Now, if you're having disconnects right now, also, does that mean you're potentially going to lose a game you don't deserve to lose? Or does that mean you're going to potentially win a game you deserve to win, you don't deserve to win? One is a lot more acceptable when playing against bots than the other. I guess this might be a symbol here to indicate that you're playing against bots. That is certainly something that hadn't occurred. 3 damage. Or if 3 red mana were spent, deal 4 damage instead. Alright. Pay adamant. Do 4. And then attack. And this will have double strike to do 2 more. The YouTube channel Computer File, which is a bunch of British old school nerds, did a video where they went to the National Video Game Museum. Of course, they meant the National Video Game Museum in the UK, not to be confused with the National Video Game Museum. I believe it's in Sheffield, England, whereas the National Video Game Museum in the United States is in Frisco, Texas. Let's see. So there's... So I started watching that and started looking around, and I've seen the one inside of Frisco, Texas, and this one looked completely different, and I'm like, this is confusing. Inherently, this is a problem with people just calling themselves the National Video Game Museum, when you would have, it would have been better to say the Video Game Museum of America, or the Video Game Museum of England. It's not like National Video Game Museum even sounds that particularly interesting or important of title. Yeah, but other than playing Hearthstone on screen and playing Hearthstone off screen, yesterday was somewhat of an off day, a working off day, which is not really an off day. I didn't get into any programming. I am in a position where it's probably not the best point to take a break. where I'm having to, the string header helper library just does not work, as far as I can tell. Like, the actual functions don't seem like they're doing the things they're supposed to. So instead I'm using C strings instead, which are what the internet, as far as my searches, seem to say I should be using. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna happen any quicker. Double strike, first strike haste, or 2/2. Artifact or enchantment. So yeah, I definitely need to get back to programming, and I probably will more this weekend. I also didn't get around to uploading videos, so I still have a few uploads. It seems to me like in this new era of trying to reduce the amount of busy work I do on my YouTube channel, I'm not really feeling the idea of... I didn't break up the 50 card pack opening and the deck rebuilds that happened with that. Enter the battlefield or dying abilities. Alright. Let's do this. This is about as good as I think I can go. What does that do? It gave it +1/+1. Interesting. So, yeah, over the weekend I'll try to schedule videos and have them upload and work on some more programming, and once the videos are finally done uploading and clearing off the SSD hard drive, then I need to really jump back into making some pre-recorded footage. Going forward, chopping up 50 card pack openings and special live stream events, I don't think is worth really doing. Probably would get me maybe double the videos. Like it's not like it was a dumb idea by any means. I was definitely getting more views by putting the same video up twice. I got about 50 views from the card pack opening almost instantly, and I didn't even start it at an early time, in all honesty. There's also the fact that Theros Beyond Death is in the title, so maybe a little demonetized and de-promoted by YouTube. I saw a lot of other bigger YouTube Magic people just calling it Theros Beyond. Artifact or enchantment and draw a card. Well, that didn't quite work. Let's do no attacks this time. Wouldn't really hurt to put this on the field other than this card. So let's do that. And let's do that. And this has flying lifelink, so it should have been on the field actually a lot earlier. That was stupid on my part. Now this has first strike and double strike. So, with the exception of this card, I could attack fine. So if he attacks with this, then I can strike with this, and then this, and this, fine. And since he's got nothing with reach, I can at least attack here. And this may just be a slow 7 turns. Probably just attack in general and win. See, that stopped his ability. Hushbringer actually might be a pretty great card when playing against something like a black deck that has a lot of cards that plan on dying, plan on having death triggering abilities, or even a green deck here, which was what this is, and you're running against a lot of things that have abilities that activate when they're played. There is a sale on Steam, and I do have cash in my account. I didn't inherently want to spend it immediately for one of a Hat in Time. So I could, in theory, buy the deluxe version of that, and that is a game I've wanted to play, and it is a game that has been difficult, to say the least, as far as seeing it on sale. But then there also are some weirder Japanese games that also rarely go on sale. So it kind of sucked to spend that money, but in all actuality, it doesn't really matter too much. Particularly when these are like top tier wishlist games that I definitely wanted to own. But I am certainly falling down further the field of just purchasing things for purchasing, and the entertainment is becoming the shopping more than the entertainment is even becoming playing the games, because I'm having this major side project of an electronic digital sign, and let's see, this, and what else do we want to block? Like, I kind of can't block that, because if I do, then there'll be trouble. But I kind of have to block this. So, first strike on that blocks that fine. Actually, double strike on that blocks that fine. That blocks that on fine. That has them do 7 damage, leaves this alive, and this alive. I hope all of this works. First, double strike is first strike, then a second strike. So this first strike should kill this. This double strike should attack this first and do 2 damage. We've just got to go. See, tap creatures. Everything has haste. Everything attack. Everything go. See if we win. If we don't win, we're gonna lose anyways. I could have also run the numbers there and calculated, but that's kind of beyond me. It's, come to think of it, a little crazy that you have tier ranking when you're playing bot matches anyways. Like, that kind of doesn't make sense. So I guess maybe you don't get the gems until you lose 3 times, so maybe this isn't compounding. Yeah, that sucks, because if that's the case, then I kind of need 3 victories, but whatever. We kind of needed 3 victories anyways. I had hoped to get more gems though. Like, honestly, I don't know. It's gonna mean that we very well may not have enough gold to do a 50-pack opening in the next expansion. That just may be the way things go. Because we're gonna end up doing ranked drafts every time they're available, I think, going forward. Which was mostly the plan anyways, but it kind of stinks. I'm gonna go ahead and play that, and then go ahead and play that, and then go ahead and do that for one. It almost feels like these kind of draft games should start you with like 15 health instead of 20, just to speed up the process, since you have less cards anyways. Just speed it up even faster. Alright. 3 damage. This one can't block. Interesting. Well, if it can't block, then I'm gonna put this on the field. And then I'm just gonna attack with everything and hope that this is telling me the truth. We have a decent amount of games that we need to cover, and a decent bits of news, and I thought we were going to have more network trouble, so I thought we'd very possibly just devolve this entire stream into covering video game news, which I guess it's not the case, so let's remember that we don't have a timer. By the way, I turned off the Fox. Fox made some noise that was a little annoying, and that may have always been a feature that you could turn off your little pet, but I've turned it off. I guess if I get the owl, which I probably will get the owl as long as I can get enough gems to unlock the mastery, then at that point I'll probably I'll probably apply the owl for a while. I could block this guy, but I don't really see a reason why I would want to. I think we mostly just want to play. Like, I'll kill this guy next turn, and this is an artifact which gives these flying, and this one can attack without that problem. So play this. deal 3 damage to... Well, actually, let's think. First of all, can't be blocked. All 3 of those attack, fine. If 3 red mana was spent, this will do 4 damage. Discard a card, draw 2 cards. So I'm just gonna, I guess, let him attack. Let him do 5 damage to my damage. And we'll just see what he does next turn. If he puts something with that does a little bit more damage. If something really terrible started to show up. Yeah, let's see. Let's get rid of this. Next opportunity. Yeah, alright. This to destroy that. And then this acts as our defender, so we don't have to worry about that. We don't even have to use a mana there. And this would draw 2 cards, and I think that's the right move. Discard, discard, draw 2 new cards. Yeah, that's right. That's what we want. We've got this. We've got this. Just block that. So you can only really do 2 damage. Let's see. There we go. Do I want to tap this and gain haste? No, I don't. But we will block, use that ability. And then we'll attack with this, this, and this, and then next turn we're attacking with 2 of these. It's kind of crazy considering how I was really just rare drafting that I ended up with a deck that seems like it has a decent chance of going pretty far. Now, getting just 3 victories is the minimum. If we get 8 victories before we get 3 losses, that's great. Like, at that point, that gives us a lot of gems that we can save up for the next expansion that happens 3 months from now. So this is Human Knight, so that would get +1, making it 3. I mean, I guess in the end it doesn't. No. Resolve. And then pass. And then block. Block that. Put this on the field. Use this. We might be in a bad position here. 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, let's play a little bit more conservatively here. Let's just attack with that one. and see what happens. Because I may have to sacrifice this to get more health. I may have to let this die before this dies so I can get a food token. Like, even though I have flying and a full clear path, like, he could still attack with all 4 of his guys. I could only really defend with 1. Right. Resolve. Right. So, I'm gonna choose this blocker and then this blocker and then this blocker and then this blocker, which that doesn't work for me, and then this blocker. Ah, this sucks. What if we put 1 here and then 1 there? Block. This is more complicated because we're not really playing against anybody. Let's see. So at this point, I can not sacrifice it because I don't have enough mana. Alright. So how do we want to do this? This can block this, and this can keep attacking. And this really is just going to be a tit for tat move. So here we have a story on Gematsu. Taito announces a rhythm puzzle game called Toho Spell Bubble for the Switch. Another one of these Toho games, which I'm still not really sure if this is just a long-running video game series. This looks very much like it is a Bubble Bobble style game. It's digitally out in February in Japan, and I wouldn't be surprised if it did get resold under a different kind of skin. What's this? Other knights get +1/+1. I'm just losing miserably here. This really has just become a war of attrition. Might as well play the land. With this loss, hopes are becoming slightly dashed that we could get 8 victories before 3 losses, but 3 victories is a 50% win ratio, which is somewhat believable. Alright. This guy will kill me. So we do this, and we do this, and we lose anyways. Moving on. course, I clearly am the only one to blame there. Like, it was me that got greedy and decided to do a rare draft and drafting for rares or whatever it's called, instead of looking at every card for value and trying to actually win, even knowing that that was my main focus. But honestly, my mistake was the fact that I wasn't drafting earlier to begin with. I should... I'm going to mulligan here. I should have been playing these drafts way earlier than I did. Like, and way more often. Alright, let's do that. We have a game on Steam here called Spell Sword Cards Dungeon Top, which looks like it is a card-based placement game. It looks a little bit like a more of a tile-based Hero Quest equivalent of a game than I would say a collectible card game or deck building game, because the location and placement of your character seems to really matter. They want $13.43. This is English and Chinese, which is a little bit of a red flag, but I'm going to put this on the follow list because there's some positive reviews already, and we'll see if it comes out of early access. On the other hand, like, Slay the Spire was another game that is on sale right now, and I want to buy that and I want to cover that, but seriously, can I justify playing Magic right now and another card game? That's going to be a real hard justification. Like it would be a lot easier to do a lot of other things. Good news is this doesn't have reach, so I'm playing him just tit for tat, but he does have that spear, so I need that to go away, otherwise he's going to attach it and give it a +2/+1. There, that denied him a food token. Let's see, Gamatsu has an article here for the Switch, a puzzle platform adventure game called Orin the Tiny Forest Spirit is coming to Switch January 24th. From this image, I really don't know what's going on over here, but I assume this is the main character. But I also don't really know what's going on here. There's a lot of visual confusion in that image. Let's see if we can look at the trailer. Why is the bot, by the way, running out of timeouts? That's a question. So in motion, it makes a little bit more sense. It seems like you can shrink and grow yourself. But there is a lot of stuff flashing on that screen. A lot of different colors. That really does feel like a game that would be very frustrating to play pretty quickly. Seems like it flicks colors all the time, and man, yeah, that's looks like a pain. Get that on the field. Maybe you actually do play with real people, and it's just the drafting part that's the bot part. That would be crazy. And my eyesight's getting worse. I don't know if I'm half awake or what. Like, I'm having trouble reading things I wasn't having trouble reading just a second ago. That would be the irony of all ironies if I actually went blind. Might solve some problems in my life. It'd be a good excuse to stop playing video games and stop doing a lot of things. Does this have death touch on it? No, I don't think it does. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called There's No Tomorrow, which doesn't have as good of a polish visually on it as a AAA game, but there might be kind of like a... I hate to start seeing PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 1 clone be used as a phrase, but an indie game with a little bit less visual polish, maybe there is something here. At the very least, this doesn't look like it's just an asset flip survival horror game, even though it very possibly is mostly an asset flip survival horror game. I think it rises. I see enough variety here and enough new stuff, and I see a bunch of Dutch angles on the camera too, which screams somebody who thinks at least they're artistic. So they want $13.59. This is English and Chinese. I'll put it on the follow list. This might be a bit of a... Wait. How did it block me? What? What just happened there? How did that block me? I spent the mana and made it unblockable. And yet it still blocked me. I swear this game is broken. I swear it is broken. Like, I never really felt like Hearthstone consistently was doing something wrong compared to what the card descriptions were saying. Here, I've felt it several times. And maybe that is just because I'm ignorant or I'm not paying enough attention. And Magic is potentially just a little bit more complicated of a game, but it doesn't feel like that. It does feel like there's straight up, it just glitches scenarios. Right. Guess we'll just have to move forward, but I honestly may be getting screwed here. Also, the game is taking forever for playing against bots, and that still doesn't make any sense. Attack. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article for the Switch, the romantic comedy RPG Murasame no Sword Breaker, or Murasame the Sword Breaker, is coming to Switch in Japan on January 23rd. It says it's an RPG. Interesting. Seems like it's a collection of girls only. A slapstick fantasy game full of laughs, tears, and sorrow. Well, it's a decent pitch. We'll see if it ever comes around to the West. Next, we have a game on Steam called Romance of the Three Kingdoms 14. You can see this is already mostly negative. This is Koei Tecmo selling the same game over and over again. And yeah, English is not supported, so it's not even English speaking people that hate it. $60 or $65 for the digital deluxe version. Japanese full audio with Chinese and Korean. Also, it seems like the priority there is probably Japanese. So, yeah. Hack and slash button mashing game, I'm sure, like all the other games. So yeah, it's not even just people in the West that don't have interest in hearing the same story told over and over again. People in the East are tired of it too, particularly when, if you are just telling that same story over and over again, it's probably because you didn't do any effort into it or do anything different. The same is true for like Dracula. If you're gonna make a new Dracula movie or book, you probably aren't gonna change too much, so it's probably gonna be like the other 25 Dracula movies that have been made. And it was actually kind of surprising that there is a new Netflix Dracula series. That, like, what are you doing? Why are you making that? Alright. Gotta pay the adamant and then attack with everything. Of course, this defender can't attack, can he? But they do have vigilance. This is just taking forever, though. Really, really taking forever. And why does a bot have a pet? Like, if this really is about bot I'm playing against, the only reason this has a pet is because they want you to want a pet. And so they're trying to manipulate you mentally into feeling like you're left out. Speaking of being left out, OpenCritic has an article here. Cyberpunk 2077 has been delayed until September. No big surprise there. I felt like even the announcement date that they had before, which I think was like in February, did feel like it was coming out of nowhere. So it really did just feel like a prime example of CD Projekt Red having too early of an announcement date, and they really shouldn't have announced anything, because even now I wouldn't put it past, I would be not super surprised if it is delayed quite a bit more than what you would think. Alright, so I'm going to play this and not use its adventure ability. That way I can play this and... let's see. You have to sacrifice a creature. Oh, wait. That was wrong. This is a different card. But, wait a minute. This may still work fine. See, next. This doesn't have vigilance. Next. So if I can get his health down, later I can sacrifice the creature and do that. But right now, I could have given this one haste. But I didn't know for sure if that would have worked. So let's just play it safe. Next we have on Steam Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. Now Dragon Ball Z Kakarot looks to me like it is going back into the style of the other kinds of Dragon Ball games. It is not Dragon Ball Fighters Z where it's just a fighting game. This feels like it is more of a open world RPG game where you are going to fly around and play the story of Dragon Ball Z over and over again. They want $60 or $65 or $105 for the $95 for the Ultimate Edition. It's English full audio, but let's see, is it even Japanese full audio? Yes, but that's hidden below the fold. It's rated very positively, but I don't know. Like, we've seen these games before. We really have. We've seen the story of Dragon Ball Z. If you haven't seen the story of Dragon Ball Z, I don't know if you really should be experiencing it through a game. Just watch either Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z Kai, which I think cleans up some of the story. I want to discard a card and draw a card. No, I'm just gonna see what happens here. I'm gonna attack with everything and see what he wants to do. If he decides to block, I'm gonna then use this instance, sacrifice that card, and do that much damage. If he decides not to block, then I'm going to... Alright, let's do this. Sacrifice this card. Yes. Oh wait, undo. Target creature, planeswalker, player. Then sacrifice a card. That's why it was asking, am I sure? There we go. I think we're gonna get this. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Google expects 120 games to hit Stadia this year, including some exclusives. However, it does also seem like Stadia user player base has gone down by at least 50% since the first month. Guilt is the only current exclusive, GYLT. Yeah. I really have a hard time believing that Google Stadia has even a chance to succeed. If anything, I would have said Google Stadia should just wait until a year or two after the release of this Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 and avoid that competition instead of trying to eat the lunch of much bigger competitors. Right. Deal 3 damage to a target. Creature or planeswalker? Alright. Let's see what happens here. Oh, is this an instant? Yes, it is. So we're just gonna attack here. Alright. Let's do that and then do that. And then let's see how that turns out. Looks like that worked particularly well. Komatsu has an article here. The Elder Scrolls Online Greymore expansion has been announced. So yeah, more stuff added to the Elder Scrolls Online. I seriously doubt though anybody new is coming to that game, and let's be honest, if it weren't the Elder Scrolls, I don't think anybody would really be playing it at all. Alright, this may be a longer journey than I'd prefer to get a victory here. Because I think at this point all I can really do is just attack with that. I mean, I guess maybe I could tap and give him haste and see if I can convince him to attack. I don't think he would be dumb enough to do that, though. And honestly, it probably wouldn't have changed much. Because a 5/5 could have attacked anyways. Discard a card and draw 2 cards. So if I play this, man, I can't play it now. Darn it. That was like the one example of where I should have. Didn't realize you have to do that. You can't work your way around discarding your card by not having a card to discard. Well, that sucks. But we've got this. Seems like it's unlikely we would lose here. Let's see. Gamma Citra has an article here. Get a job. PlayStation is hiring for a digital analytics and monetization manager for esports. So yeah, they are just still hiring for at PlayStation. I'm not sure if that one is really going to be in the offices in California, but I'd assume the answer to that is yes. That I doubt the Japanese offices of PlayStation, of which I'm not sure there even is any, I doubt they're going to be hiring or growing in any way. Not until Sony as the parent company, not Sony Entertainment Interactive, not until they step in and just fire everybody at Sony Entertainment Interactive. Do I want to defend here? Could have. Wouldn't have really mattered. Then that would have been another thing that would have saved the day. Yeah, major slowdown there. Like, really, really major slowdown to just get to get that victory. It took 3, 4, 5 turns. Let's see. Yeah, and we still haven't been paid out the gems, but whatever. As long as we keep playing and keep winning. This is probably all we're doing this stream, by the way, too, is just one draft game. This is surprising news, but very welcome news. Gamatsu has an article here. According to Kotaku, there is a rumor, basically. Kotaku's not a great news source. Although nobody really is, as far as video game things. Horizon Zero Dawn may be coming to the PC in 2020. This might be, for all my complaining and moaning and groaning about Sony shifting its focus and allowing a bunch of California, probably SJWs, run the show. If they started doing more of a PC focused releases, and we started to see this game in particular was one of the games I wanted to see come to PC, and I kind of gravely missed because it didn't come to PC, I'd be very happy. Now, there are questions, certainly, questions that you kind of can't just dance around. In the sense that, if Horizon Zero Dawn came out in 2020 on PC, does that correlate with Horizon Zero Dawn 2 potentially getting released on the PlayStation 5? And are we just going to be a generation behind as far as a video game number iteration behind always? This guy makes me discard a card. That's gonna suck. Oh yeah, and he just got the one card that is the best. Like, he just ruined my strategy. Well, somewhat. Well, we can still make it work, I think. This guy's playing tight control, and because of that, he's going to drive me crazy every opportunity he gets. Discard a card. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam, Hentai Sniper Middle East. These troll developers still succeeding, and here's the problem with the review system. It's rated very positively. It's 69 cents. It's bundled, and they're abusing the bundle system clearly. Bunch of language it claims it supports. This is really just the same idea of combining low effort asset flip anime girls in bikinis with a slightly controversial piece of history or idea of conflict in general. So if it's not the Middle East, it's Nazis, it's always something. First strike and haste allows me to attack with impunity, I believe. Yeah. This guy's gonna destroy our hands. And he's gonna play Wishes, which I don't know what to say there. Gamma Sutra has the same article, by the way, that Horizon Zero Dawn could come to PC. Although it also does seem very much like... Right, so what do we want? Double strike, a 2/3. Probably not the worst card. So let's take that. And then Let's go ahead and put this on the field. And play. I'm gonna go ahead and exile that. Do that. And attack. Next we have a game on Steam here called Time Warpers, which I believe is from the same people who make Time Clickers, which is a game that I still on rare occasions have running on my computer. Trying to get that last achievement that seems pretty impossible. Although they've really expanded the concept of time clickers now, and this does look like it is straight up just a first-person shooter with polygonal graphics, and I don't know, maybe it's a tower defense game in part 2. $15.99. I've not really followed them down their path of taking the same concept of time games and going further and further. But yeah, Time Clickers was free, and Time Rifters was expanded on Time Clickers and made it more of a first-person shooter for $3.99. And this seems like Time Warpers is expanded it more into a place where you can wander around and do more. Right. I don't think we want to attack right now, unfortunately. And I want to play this and then have just like a land, although this would be sacrifice a creature anyway, so it's not actually useful. First strike haste might work after I play this. Vigilance until the end of the turn. Alright, can we block anything? Do we have reach? No. So I guess I'll put the Time Warpers game on the fall list, but I'm being particularly generous there because I don't think I'd actually ever play that. This guy's gonna wreck me if I'm not careful. Damage equal to your attack. Return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Well, that wouldn't help me any. But another creature on the field might. Come on, play. Getting weird sound effects. Alright. Everybody attack. If I had mana, I would have been able to do more there. Baked me into a pie. See, next we have a game on Steam called Space Vibes, which looks like it's just a bunch of ridiculous visual effects merged together. Is this a VR game? Yes, great. So it would make you fall over or get motion sick probably too. $2.99, way too cheap, English only. Now this guy's attacking, I could defend. Let's not do it this turn, let's do it next turn. Because I might be able to win here. Let's see, what does this do? Discard a card and draw a card. Well, that really didn't change anything. Do it again? Sure, why not? But that did stop me from being able to do what I wanted to do. Which has also lost me the game. Yeah, I can't do anything. I can't attack. I have to be able to defend against this guy, and I used up my mana, which I shouldn't have done. I broke my strategy, which I was going to be to defend with this guy, and then sacrifice this guy and do 4 damage there. So now I literally just have to do this, or I guess I could defend with this one. This guy has first strike, so I needed 2 guys to block with that guy anyways. Oh, this is bad. Create 3 1/1 creatures, or 2 1/1 creatures, and discard this and get some food and play this, I guess. Oh, I've lost again. And I think this is the big loss here. I think this is the 3rd loss, so we very well may not have gotten enough gems to get the mastery system, let alone build towards another mastery system. And I definitely don't feel like I have it in me to go about and... This one has a lot of text on it, so let's kill that one first. And let's go ahead and block this. And yeah, let one through, I guess. How many cards does this guy have? Like 14? I have like 10. Yeah, we're not gonna run out of cards anytime soon. I mean, suppose this can attack and do 1 damage, and maybe I could sacrifice it and then double sacrifice it sacrifice it, then also sacrifice it to do 1 damage to somebody. But I mean, we could try this. No, that won't work. See. Play this, and then do this, and then sure, I can attack now. But I might as well just discard this card for something different. For a draft, I don't feel like my decisions were as terrible as maybe this seems, but they were pretty terrible. There definitely was no thought. Interesting that the card moved back to the other person's side of the table at the end of the game. So they animate the idea of the cards going back to their owner, as they would in the real world, scooping up their cards, which is an interesting idea. I suppose I could go into my deck and try and change some things, but yeah, I don't know what I'd really do that would fix things. Let's see, moving on. Game Master chose an article here. Open Critic reviews are now added to the Epic Games Store, which is interesting, but also that means here's an interesting note here though. Non-numeric reviews by publications such as Kotaku, Total Biscuit, who's been dead for a year, The Washington Post, Rock Paper Shotgun are not included in any score calculations. Also, I'm fairly certain that the developer of a specific game can at any point turn off review scores. It is kind of more of a open-ended concept instead of just the end users and customers reviewing games, or having building your own collection of professional reviewers, mainstream video game journalist reviewers, to give a score. But Open Critic, even though it has open in its name, let's be honest, is still not really letting anyone in. So there is plenty of room for shenanigans on whether a certain site gets on Open Critic or not, and particularly whether it's considered one of their top tier critic services or not. I've not heard of any statement or anything saying that they would allow anyone who has a certain amount of provable following. How am I already down, by the way? What just happened? How am I already down 10 health? He has 1 card in his graveyard, and yet somehow this and that ended up doing 10 damage to me, to the point where I can't even really play this card like I'd like to. So I've got to wait, and I'm gonna lose immediately. Like, I literally can't attack. Did I just got like aggroed in the first turn. See, that's just gonna buff that guy up. But I can't really do anything about it, so we've just gotta reset the whole pace here. This is way too fast. I'm losing way too fast. Alright, well, let's put this on the field. At least. Then that'll do something. Or not. If these are really bots, they are just screwing you. Like, I kind of don't want them to be bots at this point, because the truth is, if they are bots, then it just shows that Magic has this set up in such a way that it will make sure you can't win 8 victories unless you're just top of your game, unless you really know what you're doing. Yeah, can't really do too much. Just wait. Wait and hope. Somehow, maybe I could turn this around. Let's see. Each player draws and loses a life. See. Double strike, +1/+1. I mean, I suppose eventually, as long as this is doing just 1 damage to both of us and I'm gaining 1 life and he can't do anything else, eventually the strategy might win for me. And this one is sacrifice a creature, do that much damage. Let's see. That's 3. So should be good now. So attack with that, and attack with that. And this is going to speed the process up. Put that down. So he's gonna have to make some hard decisions pretty quickly. Alright. So my goal is gonna be... Do I have anything I can activate? Not that I want to. I'm gonna do this and this. And then I'm going to do this and this and just be careful. But caution, not throw caution to the wind, perhaps is the right way to say that. TechRaptor has the same article, by the way. CD Projekt Red announces Cyberpunk 2077 delay sometime in September. September 17th is the new release date. Don't need to cover the same articles twice. What is this going to do? +2, +1. Alright, well. Then. Death Touch and Menace. Do I want this guy dead or does it matter? I don't think it matters. Yeah, it didn't matter. See, and this owl makes noise too. Alright. So we play this. Can I play this a second time? If I can play it a second time, that's more useful than the other feature, because he has double strike. Wow, that is shocking. We went from the game, either me not paying attention for the first 4 or 5 moves, and the game just wrecking me, or the game straight up cheating and wrecking me, to being able to turn it around. Now that may be more about the fact that that was an aggro deck, and once I got past his aggro first couple of moves, he had no more steam. That I suppose could have been the case, but I'm not sure. Next we have a game on Steam called the Alliance Alive HD Remastered, which this feels like a JRPG that was probably on a 3DS at some point. It's from NIS America. Requires a controller. It's $35.99. There's a whole bundle here for a publisher weekend. I wonder if that bundle really is going to go away after the weekend. There's no full audio on any language though, which is more evidence that it's probably a 3DS game. And it does just kind of have these chibi characters, low polygon, a little low polygon. This is the E10 Plus game. I'll put it on the follow list, but as far as JRPGs go, this probably isn't a mainstream title enough that would make sense or be something I'd want to. Should I mulligan here? I'm not going to have a creature if I don't. So. And then that guy worked pretty well. This guy's probably the one to get rid of. Yeah, I would imagine it would be highly unlikely I would want to actually play Alliance Alive. When it would make a lot more sense to take any energy or desire to play Alliance Alive HD Remastered and put that into playing something like a Dragon Quest, the most recent Dragon Quest, or an older Dragon Quest game. I mean, the opportunities there are pretty high. Yeah, I can destroy this artifact too. So I would need 3. Need another red mana to do that, or do it over the course of 2 stages, which is probably fine. And that gives me time to play more mana so I can get the adamant on this. Well, now I can destroy that to stop him from drawing 2 cards. probably be better to destroy that. Destroy target artifact. Attack. See, next we have a game on Steam called Solitaire Call of Honor, which just looks like another solitaire game, which looks as good as many other solitaire games. Not really even that great. $6.39. A bunch of language support, but no full audio on anything, which is not super surprising for a solitaire game. And yeah, for a Friday, we do have quite a bit of game news that has happened, and games that have come out. So that it's a little surprising. Right. Put this on the field. Do we want a 2 on the field, or a 2-3 with double strike on the field? Let's be a little bit slower here. Put this on the field and this on the field. Yeah, that seems like that will work. That way, if he pulls out a spell in his full 4 cards here, if he has something he can do to destroy something, and he doesn't choose to destroy this one, which is the best card I think I have, then we'll be in a better situation. See, this creates, let's see, 3. If we use 3 whites on this, we'll get some more characters on the field. Although, it kind of doesn't matter, because it doesn't do what I thought it was gonna do. Like, it's the other one that gives it the buff. Like, there's 2 cards that look very similar to this that I have. Starting to attack with these 2 now. Next we have a game on Steam called Bato Treasure of Tibet, which looks to me like this is some kind of puzzle game, and it doesn't seem like it is too much more than that. They say it's like a Tibetan match, but then it's tagged match 3. Yeah. If this does play any different than just a match 3 game, it probably does from the layout of things, but there is totally a lack of visual polish here. $4.24. English full audio, and then Tibetan not mentioned at all. So I don't know how many people actually speak Tibetan. Let's see. From the looks of it, it does seem like it is a almost pool game where if you hit gems of the same color, they get removed from the board. And it seems like there's a decent amount of variety. So, alright, Bato looks like it's a real game. I just wish it was more polished. I'll be really generous. I'll put this on the fall list to remind myself, if somebody else decides to make Bato and actually do it where it doesn't look like a game from the 90s, I would be willing to get that and play a new game, because I'm always looking for new games or old games that have been forgotten, or less common games in general. Right. See, this guy just gives people haste, so that won't do anything. But because this guy decided to attack, he really messed himself up, because I can just do all attack now and do a massive amount of damage. Let's see. And he's doing something with a spell to destroy one guy. which sucks, but whatever. I don't think that's gonna save the day for him. Because he would have to play like 2 or 3 things with haste right now. Like even this one with flying, at most it's going to do 1 damage. And that's kind of it. But he did kill my Hushbringer, so if all of his cards centered and pivoted around effects when they are summoned, maybe he can start playing a strategy now. Let's see. Moving on, Gamma Sutra has an article. The Xbox marketing head Aaron Greenberg has been named the honorary VP of Special Effect, which is a UK charity that brings games and accessibility tech to players with disabilities. So I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron Greenberg played a major role in the Xbox accessibility controller that I don't think Microsoft really builds or developed or did much with. They just kind of allowed their name to be put on it, and I think somebody else mostly did all the work. Perhaps Special Effect was a major player there, so this may be the pat on the back / cronyism for him using Microsoft's name and brand to promote a device which got heavily promoted. Let's not kid ourselves there. Although, in all fairness, the Xbox accessibility controller really hasn't been promoting any other company besides Microsoft, so it's almost as if Microsoft licensed or hired another company to develop something for them, and then they maybe paid that company in some decent amount of money. On the other hand, if you're not going to be cynical about it, which typically I am, it does also seem like Microsoft, a decent number of people at Microsoft who are in power, seem to be actually interested in ensuring that there are more efforts to make games more accessible for more people. And I can't really complain too much if somebody gets a worthless honorary title. Although companies giving other employees of other companies honorary titles does start to go down the path of getting an honorary PhD just because you're famous. It feels fishy, it feels weird, it feels wrong. 3 damage. Okay, let's just attack with everything and see if we can see if he'll block. There we go. So now if this guy wants to attack, I'll do 2 damage and we'll just have to tit for tat until I can get some more cards on the field. Plus I can give haste to anything. But as soon as he plays a creature that even has 2 health, 2 toughness, I'm doomed. So I'm really gambling here that he doesn't have that. And I was totally wrong. Can't attack, can't block. Good. Ooh. I may still be able to do this. So he can defend with this one and get rid of that. How does this work? until you have 4 more cards in your hand. So he is going to be able to attack pretty quickly as soon as he has 4 more cards in his hands. Can't attack. Unless he has 7 or more cards in his graveyard. So he can't attack until he has 7 cards in his graveyard, and he can't block until he has 4 cards in his hand. It's complicated, to say the least. It's not really a great card to play. It requires way too much thinking. It really is like a mid-game or late-game experience. I just need to draw like 3 cards. So if I got the card that let me discard a card and draw 2 cards, that would be ideally what we would want next turn. And then that would let me draw a couple of cards, and then hopefully those couple of cards would be something that I could use to do 6 damage somehow. I mean, I suppose if I just got a couple more wolves, that might work, but it might not. How many cards does he have? 18. I have 24. Ooh, okay. This'll work. So now it can't be blocked. Next attack here. Now we need to kill this guy with lifelink on our first attempt so that they can't gain any extra life. I'm gonna go ahead and play that too, just in case. We have another game on Steam here called A Long Way Down, which I think is a card-based RPG game. It's basically Slay the Spire, but upside down, going downward. It's early access, $16.19, bunch of language. I kind of like the animation style on these characters. So I'm willing to put this on the fall list, but because it's early access, it's definitely not going to make it to the wish list until it is out of early access. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Build your deck and enter the dungeon in a long way down. So they're talking about that same game. Yep. Seems almost like you are actually building your own platform or your own dungeon as you're going downward. Interesting. That's weird. That may just be an early access thing too, where you're building the dungeon as you go. Like, this guy can attack. So he's gonna, between the two of these, I'm gonna take 6 damage. So, can I take 6 damage each turn before I do 5 damage to my opponent? That's the question. Yeah, if I get just one spell that would do even 3 damage, I could probably win this. But if he just plays really carefully, then I could still be pretty doomed. Let's see. So, yeah, we attack, we make sure we can't be blocked, and then we attack with this and this. Or we just attack with this. I think we just attack with this. And these two are just gonna exclude each other going forward. And we're just gonna have to take 6 damage for potentially 4 more turns. We're just hoping. We're just hoping there's something like this left. Right. So now this blocks that, which probably means he does have something else up his sleeve. Yeah, I still feel like I could pretty easily lose here. 6, 12, 18, 3 turns before. Yep, and he did have something up his sleeve. Just bring that back to life. I need something that could eliminate this. That would buy me a lot of time. And I just don't have it. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Dragon Ball Z Perfect Cell review. Dice Mahamaya. I think this is actually a board game and not a video game. Yes, it is. So yeah, I wish TechRaptor was better at labeling these things. Meanwhile, over here we have a -5 attack. Right. Which that ruins that. I could sacrifice this and gain 3 life. Now that's pretty much all I can do. This is gonna be here. Yeah, if I could steal this, there'd be a chance there. If I could clear the board, there'd be a chance there. I could maybe block this and then sacrifice it. Maybe that'll help me a little bit. Of course, the last game we played, it felt like I was going to lose also, so it is possible. Block and then sacrifice. But yeah, I don't see He's still got 14 cards. There's no way he's gonna run into a situation where he runs out of cards. Four damage instead. Like, if I want to win, I would have to do this. That's my only chance. And that was not good enough. For some reason. What? Because I needed this on the field first. Before I had played that, so it would have done 4 damage instead of 3 damage. And that is almost the interface's fault there, because it didn't warn me, it didn't say, are you sure? It didn't say you can't afford the adamant, it just let me play the card. Even if I had killed this, it would have done 1, 2, 3, 4 damage, and probably attacked with this one, and I would have defended, which would have gotten him up to 8. So this next turn, I would have had to have had a card that would have done 8 damage. So even if I had 2 copies of that, probably wouldn't have done anything. Defeat Bronze Tier 3. Alright, 300 gems for 5,000 gold, I believe is what it costs. We'll actually check here in a second. Plus 2 packs. Let's not, yeah, 5,000 gold. So that gave us 2 Throne of Eldraine cards. But now that we have exactly enough to unlock the Mastery Pass, we will get this owl and an avatar and a sleeve. We'll also get a card skin, another card pack, 500 gold, and Mastery Orb, another card skin. But Mastery Orbs, let's be honest, are just skins. That's all they are. And then a Core 2020 set. So now, if I maybe in 3 months when the next expansion is, if I'm still playing this game by the time the next expansion is, good chance that happens, maybe I would want to spend this much and get 10 extra levels, but I kind of question that.
Erebos will not confine me to his prison of shadow.
Alright, so this is just a new character we can apply now. On the mastery tree, what do we want to do here? Let's just start with white, I guess, and we'll just go through all of these. Yep. All these constellations, which are kind of thematically correct, because constellation isn't a thing. So, I had plenty of time, by the way. Like, let's not dance around that. I really did have plenty of time, because we have 3 months to get to have gotten that much gems. So it really is just a matter of, can we get more gems? And we need a lot of them too, like a lot. Now let's see, pet wise, we do have this pet, so we'll select that, and we're at rank 7 and limited rank bronze tier 3. I think the smartest move is probably not to do. These are old cards, but new cards to me. The smartest move is probably not to do another rank draft of Throne of Eldraine and hope that the next rank draft is Death Beyond Theros, and we'll start doing that every time there's one at minimum, and maybe that will start wearing down our gold down to the point where it doesn't even make sense, or we don't have enough gold to actually open packs. We won't even have like 50,000 at that point. In a funny way, I kind of would like to reward more consistent viewership, people who are watching my channel consistently, instead of rewarding people who are coming in just on day one and want to see a card pack opening video and then don't want to watch any of my other content. Like, I'd kind of like to reward that as much as possible. So yeah, we are good right now. 5,000 gold for 200 gems, which also goes to show if I had paid gems, I wouldn't have profited back until I had gotten 6 wins. On the other hand, the thing that is not really shown is all the new cards we got. So because I was rare drafting, and because they have this new button here, these are all new that I got from the draft, and they really weren't making that obvious. There's 12 cards per page. We're on the 3rd page now, so 24, 36 cards that we're getting at least one copy of. Now 48 new cards. So drafts do pay off. Plus we open some packs. Let's two. But yeah, we did not do terrible in the draft by rare drafting. Seems like we got about 70 cards by doing that draft, and definitely got some things that we didn't have. If we go over here and specifically look at what is not collected still on Throne of Eldraine, I was missing about 48 before. We have 12, 24, 36, and now we've eliminated about 6 more. And in all fairness, some of these commander cards probably are things that, like, I imagine, let's see if we can see, do I have any commons that are missing? Yeah, so I could craft these commons pretty quickly if I wanted to. This probably isn't a terrible card to craft, so I'm going to craft one just so I have it and play with it. And then if I was to look specifically at what uncommon cards we are missing, when this enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls with converted mana of 3 or less until it leaves the battlefield. Interesting. Yeah. I have a skin for it, so I might as well craft that. 4 damage to target creature. Sacrifice the land. +3/+3 if you have a Rowan Planeswalker. Just kind of wasting some of these wild cards. Although what I really should do, and this would be the next thing to do, is go look at not Throne of Eldraine cards, but look at Death Beyond Theros cards. So once you start getting into these the rare cards, this would be a mistake. I only have 18 rare cards, so I'd really need to think about it then. And there's two pages plus 1 card of rare cards still that we don't have from Throne of Eldraine, and actually less than 1 page of mythic cards that we don't have from Throne of Eldraine, which I kind of find that a little surprising. So let's go back here now and go Death Beyond Theros. How many cards that are common could we get if we just got 1 of each? Let's just do it. Yeah. 1 of every common card from Death Beyond Theros. Oops. That's not a... That was a Planeswalker. Not collected common. What happened there? Why is this labeled as a common when it's not a common? Let's see. Common. What is going on there? So there's some kind of glitch here where this card, which is clearly not a common as a legendary planeswalker, is getting labeled as a common. We might as well use the wild. See, this game is broken. This game is so freaking broken. It is totally just screwing with you, telling you cards are common when they aren't commons, trying to get you to waste all your wild cards of importance. And I should use these, certainly. Why not? Let's not just have a pile of wild cards going forward. And this will be, I guess, a nice experiment to see if this opens a door where I start getting a lot more wild cards or uncommon cards, because all the commons have been collected. This is just bugged. It is so bugged. Let me just see. Did I click Mythic Rare at some point? Maybe that was the point. Is that I clicked Mythic Rare and maybe it wasn't so bugged. Maybe that was just operator error. Alright, so uncommon cards now. If we don't have one, let's just have one. We've got enough wild cards to do that. That certainly opens the door to being better at the game if I have the cards to play with. Of course, this is the equivalent of, in real world paper Magic, just buying one of everything of a new expansion just so you might play with them. And we are going to definitely have 3 months to have to build up our stockpile of wild cards. And this would be so much more helpful if there was a website like HS Replay that Hearthstone did, for where I could look at my collection of cards particularly and say, this card you should use a wild card to get, and it would synergize very well with the cards that you already have. Let's see. And it doesn't remove these off the screen until you, I guess, refilter, which kinda sucks. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. How far is this gonna go? No. Alright, we're good. We can get one of each. And that's what I did with Hearthstone. That's what I want to do with this, is just have a diversity spread of cards to do this. Also, I guess this will be a bit of a marker as we continue to play drafts. If I see something has 0 copies of it, then I immediately know that it's either a mythic or rare card, and then I would immediately know I would want to get that above everything else, without having to look at the card anymore. But this is certainly coming at a cost. All those wild cards that we've been getting, like, getting put to use, and very possible in the next expansion I'll have nowhere as many wild cards, or Magic will just get more greedy and do something different. Well, honestly, they should give me more wild cards and allow me to disenchant the old cards that are not playable in standard, because there's nothing I can really do with them. So 2 more, that'll leave me with 11 uncommon wild cards. Not a lot if it turns out that I actually do want 4 copies of a couple of cards. Like, so we're now at 26 common, 11 uncommon. We have 18 rare, which will just look at the rares that are missing. I doubt it would make sense to use any of the rares to get that. But yeah, there's 12, 24, 36 minus 3, 33 rare cards haven't been collected. And then if we look at the mythic rares, I have 8 of those, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12. I don't know why I'm counting, 12 in total. So I am short. And I would suspect that the planeswalkers are the things you'd want to get. But some of these planeswalkers also don't work as well as I'd like them to. So where does that leave us as far as not collected in total? Is that what I'm really looking at? As far as Theros Beyond Death, it's a real short list now. A real short list of less than 36. And then not collected for Throne of Eldraine is... Actually, there's still more Throne of Eldraine cards that haven't been collected. Why is that? Would it be worth it to get one more of these? Wouldn't really matter. See, in the mobile game, which I practically talk about every stream now, Destiny Child, if you have one of the cards that allows you to potentially come back and get more copies of that card, there's been no indication that this would work that way. Yeah, Throne of Eldraine, I'm missing a lot of cards. But then again, I guess it is also fair to say that I did not start Throne of Eldraine opening 50 packs. So that would make some sense. So really, Death Beyond Theros is the next expansion. What I would like to see though, and I don't think there's a great way to do this, is there's no real great way to see what you have one copy of versus 2 copies versus 3 copies or anything like that. See, card styles, I don't care about that. And then card backs are hard to put on decks anyways. So while there are some that I have like 4 copies of, there's also quite a bit that I only have 1 copy of. I should have done this before I did the deck rebuilds too. That would have been a lot smarter. Alright, well. We got all of those cards, and I'm still experimenting, and we still have a decent amount of news, and we need victories. So we do need to just kind of go into some single player play. We don't really need to play ranked. I don't think I'm getting much higher in ranked by the time this runs out. Pack wise and store wise, let's see. I guess I can't pre-order the masteries anymore. I very well may have to spend $20 next month to get gems, or at some point I may even have to spend a lot more than that to just have a pile of gems to get some other stuff. I don't expect I'll be buying any more packs in this way. It seems pretty obvious that drafting is way smarter than booster packs, even if draft packs and booster packs have a different chance. It would be $20 to get the historic anthology, all these old cards, which I don't know if I really care to do that. I really don't care about any of the things. We got another avatar character, which we're using now for free with the mastery, which kind of means that the old avatar characters are never going to get any additions to them, or they're going to get added eventually. There is a discount here if you really just wanted to waste money on skins. And pet wise, this pet again is just another pet that I don't care about, so I don't think I'd waste that much money. And we're just playing as this character now. Alright, so let's just start with new deck 1, and we're just playing the new cards that I got when I opened the 50 packs, and we're just trying to figure them out. If I like the card, it's kind of staying. If I don't like the card, it's kind of going. Honestly, it's probably going to take way too much effort and time to try and build a deck this way that I'm probably choking myself and need to just do a proper deck rebuild on my white deck based on the half dozen or so games I've played. Really all this sampler deck is an excuse to increase the odds of you seeing the newer cards, to get a feel of whether you like it or not. Moving on, Gamersutra has an article here. Gio Corsi is now Ilphonic's Chief Product Officer. He was the previous global second-party games head and noted PlayStation Vita advocate. So now he's joined up with the Predator Hunting Grounds company, Ilphonic. Alright. So yet another person leaving Sony, and yeah, I don't know if there's much else to say there. What does this card do? Twice as much life. This gives you life. And want to attack? Yes, I do. Let's see what happens. Making sure this next article is YouTube family friendly. Good enough, I would say. TechRaptor has an article here. HuniePop 2's gameplay trailer shows off double dates. So, HuniePop 2 is either very close to being released or is out now. The dating sex match 3 game mix mash coming back for a sequel. I covered it on my channel and didn't really require a ton of censoring, particularly if I hadn't put in the uncensored patch halfway through recording the footage. I probably would have not had to censor anything, and I definitely enjoyed HuniePop 1. So it definitely is for adults. It definitely does have sex scenes and a lot of lewd dialogue. I'd argue it has more lewd themes and dialogue than anything else, than actual images. Like a lot of adult games, there's actually very little content visually that they bother to make. It does look like there's either some kind of different gift system here, or they've added some new feature. So instead of giving gifts, maybe you give like fruit. There's a list here of character names. Now, there was one character that was added and had a little bit of controversy as a transgendered character. There's a little bit of backlash there. I'm not even sure why, now that I think back on it, and they probably have handled it. Both of these characters are from the first game, although I would say that they look a little bit older and a little bit less dressed. So the art style feels like it may have shifted. Yeah, there's a date, a talk, a gifts system. The fruit system seems to be new. Coming soon. Let's see. The original is 75% off at the Humble Bundle store if you're interested and you're of the proper age. I would say if you are just playing it yourself, and since it is a game that centers around dating and trying to bed women, then you probably would want to put in the uncensored patch. Otherwise, you're not going to get much out of the content, much out of it playing it censored. Although it'd still be pretty lewd in its dialogue, even without the censored patch. A lot has changed on YouTube, though. Also, so the few years ago when I covered HuniePop, I'm not so sure I'd be willing to cover HuniePop. On the other hand, in that same time, they've kicked all small creators out, and I have nowhere near the 1,000 subscribers needed to get back into the YouTube Partner Program and monetize my videos. So I might as well just not care. The only real danger is that my entire channel would get deleted. But I really have never even gotten a single warning or strike as far as community guidelines. I don't think YouTube looks at my channel enough to care about that. They may have done some stuff in the background to de-promote it and de-platform it, and I would fully believe that if they just had some AI system that was doing that for me and a lot of small YouTubers, just generically speaking. There we go. Actually, I should have put one of those on this guy. That would have been smarter. Wouldn't be too afraid though. Like, I could definitely cover Honey Pop too without, just by censoring it. It would just be a little bit more work, which, if I was further ahead in pre-recorded footage, would not be a problem at all. Because the plan is to release less videos per day anyways, so spending more time on the videos seems to be the logical way to balance that out. Although, frankly, I kind of want both. I want to spend less time and spend less time and make less footage. Yeah, and I'm doomed here. Four or greater. I don't need that. Target player. Kids. Let's see. I think I can do 4 here. I can't do 4. So maybe I can do 3. There we go. Next, we have a game on Steam called Juken Jigoku, which looks like it's probably a low-effort dark screenshot horror game. Either that or the brightness is just really badly set. It honestly feels like the brightness is just really badly set. Like, I cannot see anything here. This is rated positively. It's $2.39. It's a bunch of languages, but it's not Japanese, and Chinese would be my guess as far as what it is. It's 30 to 45 minutes depending on the skill. Yeah, this doesn't look like anything that actually would be worth showing off. In a funny way, let me see. Lifelink, here we go. Just gain 4 health. So this guy's gonna have lifelink always, which means he can defend against one of these guys and get away alive. Why can't I block? Because those are flying. Yeah, he only gets lifelink though. This is kind of a cool card, but I don't think it really works as much as it should. And now I'm doomed. And then just auto pass here. I guess what I need to do, and what I'm going to have to do, is I'm going to have to bring this sampler deck in line with my current deck in a way that makes sense. Like 2 plus is 5 good enough? Could have done 6. See, this guy can play himself, but he can't. He's not a creature until you have a bunch of other white creatures on the field, which kind of makes him useless in most scenarios, because you just don't ever end up, at least I don't end up with this many white creatures on the field at a time. So this whole time I could have been buffing him up, making him stronger, but I don't even think it means anything. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article here, the highest reviewed games of 2019. Cook Serve Delicious 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, Slay the Spire, War Grylov, Resident Evil 2, Kingdom Hearts 3. I imagine these are the scores that TechRaptor themselves gave. Metro Exodus, When Darkness Comes, a game I don't even recognize. Devotion, isn't that the one that's not even available for purchase anymore? The Occupation, I'm just opening all of these now. Baba's You, Devil May Cry 5, Peak Unikyu, Islanders, Secure Shadows Die Twice, Pathway, One Finger Death Punch 2. I was thinking about that game relatively recently. Katana Zero, Steam Quest Hand of Gilgamesh, Gwent, they're basically just listing everything they gave a 9 to. Void Bastards, Vambrance Cold Souls, Outer Wilds, Cadence of Hyrule, Amid Evil, another game I don't remember. Nowhere Prophet, another game I don't remember. Yeah. Fire Emblem 3 Houses, Ion Fury, Control, Children of Morta. Maybe I should buy Children of Morta. We haven't heard any news since that one tweet that they were brought into court by Islamic courts in Iran for not being Islamic enough in their fictional game. Alright, I need to bring this deck in line, which I can start to do by adding this and this. And then what I want to do is start to think about what are good cards to have. That Hushbringer probably is a pretty good one to put on there. The fact that they have knights, soldiers, and other kinds of characters is kind of crazy. And just humans, civilians, or human peasants, what are they called? It's too much. Let's see. This one gives +1/+1 and an escape ability. Probably don't need 3 of them though? Let's just do 1. Knight there. Yeah, a white deck you really have to choose. Are you doing angels? Are you doing flying creatures? Are you doing noble? This is a noble? Like, I don't think there's enough nobles that exist in Magic to make a noble deck. Why are there so many tags? Enchantment creature. This one is one to try, I guess. 1/1 with double strike. That might be better off than some of the other cards we have. This worked actually very well. Everything I put in here, I have to take something else out. That being said, there's probably several things I could easily take out. Let's see. Soldier creature tokens. Exile something for 2. Summary Judge. 5 damage sounds interesting. First Strike and Mentor looks interesting. Let's do that. I want to see if I can actually play 2 of those actually. See, this is just a human token. A first strike of 2/1 might be better than double strike. And these angels may not be as useful as it seems. Some of the strategies may just be so well thought through and countered by other players that maybe you do just need to play a more complicated strategy just so people don't know what you're doing and they don't have cards in their deck already designed to get around it. Let's see. Flying with vigilance is an interesting idea. Yeah, more options, more problems. Let's see. In a lot of cases, that seems what's happening here is just I'm now having to think of more things. This actually isn't a terrible card, I think. But I'm having some trouble finding synergy. This wouldn't be bad. Let's see. Here's a planeswalker that would create a wall. Might be something to that. Too many cards. See, at this point I've kind of lost interest in even looking at all the cards. There's just too many of them. Like, too many cards to go through. And this is where you start becoming a lifestyle Magic the Gathering player, as you're spending potentially an hour just going through your binder of white cards from the last couple of seasons, your standard play white cards binder, just looking at all the cards and deciding what you want to play and what you don't. It just gets really crazy. This does something interesting. When the Angel of Grace enters the battlefield until the end of the turn, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. Exile it from your graveyard and your life total becomes 10. Having one of those may be helpful. Let's see. This is just like way too much text, so I don't even want to read it. So I don't want to even know what it does. Put that Planeswalker in for sure. Man, it's just too many cards already. I'd frankly kind of prefer to just be forced into playing the newest expansion alone, because then I would have so few cards and everyone would just have so few cards and so few options. The game would be fairly simple. And I guess that kind of is what a draft game is, and maybe that's where there's a lot of focus on drafts. So we had 94, 93 cards. We need to get rid of a bunch of these. This doubles your health, but it probably isn't that useful. For a white deck, I don't know if this would just heal me. I don't know if we really need that. Let's see. Cards cost less because of your devotion to white. My devotion to white should be very high, but that means keeping things on the field. Let's get rid of a bunch of those. Keep that. This is probably not worth playing. Let's see. A devotion equal to your a toughness equal to your devotion of white life is not super useful, but then when another creature you control enters the battlefield of dying, gaining 1 life is. Loyalty of a billion of opponents' planeswalkers costing 1 more is not something that you really need. This Flutterfox may work. I don't think we need 2 of those. I don't think we even need 2 of those. 5 damage to a tapped creature. Just hold on to 1 of those. Test that out. I'm not sure we need any of those. Apply some styles. see, we have 20 more cards that need to go. Let's get rid of that. Let's see. And this enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 soldier tokens and gain 2 life. Those are actually, that's actually a good card, but we'll get rid of a bunch of them. In this same concept. The only difference is this one lets you scry, where this one doesn't. So, Omen of the Sun versus Rally for the Throne. Well, yeah, Omen for the Sun is way better. And then we'll get down to just 1 bartered cow. We still have like 10 cards that we need to get rid of. So we'll just get rid of things, I guess. And 1. Like, I'm not gonna get rid of 7 planes. That'd be crazy. So let's get rid of that. We've tried that before. We know what it does. We'll get rid of that. We've tried that before. We know what it does. Get rid of that. That's not that good. Go ahead and get rid of that. We know what that does. Get rid of one of those. We have 1 more card we need to get rid of. And it's fairly obvious what this does. So we can get rid of that. And see, this is the problem, is that I can't build a deck here and experiment with cards I want to play with. It's one or the other. It's not both. So, in comparison, the white deck here, Angelic Army version 1.1, how do we go in here to edit this deck? Like, we have an actual deck built around some actual strategies. There's probably some cards here I could immediately, on second thought, get rid of. But I'm not sure I'm quite ready to do that. Because I don't quite understand all the new cards. And so it's probably going to take about a week to just play with the new cards and experiment with the new cards, and then finally, once I feel like I have some confidence, then do some actual true deck rebuilds. And man, this is just a lot of time. We're 3 hours into the stream. We've got a ton of news still, and we're still have lots of victories that I'm gonna have to do off screen also. Continuing with TechRaptor's list, they have Gears 5 that they gave a high score to. Kind's World, Kind Words, Lo-Fi Chills, The Bright 2, Borderlands 3, Monster Hunter World Iceborne, Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, The Outer Worlds, Disco Elysium, Arise, A Simple Story, I don't remember that one, Spirit of the North, Sayonara Wild Hearts. So, there's about 10 cards there. So, now I just have hexproof. I cannot be hexed. Is that really worth having? Is that really worth keeping on the field? Is just a... I mean, it probably is, because it does open up this possibility of your opponent not being able to wreck you, as far as an aggro red deck just cannot do damage to you. But that's pretty much all any spell could do to your hero is do damage to you, and nothing else. I've never seen a card in Magic that did anything. I don't know what it could do, honestly, even. So, Leyline of Sanctuary, probably not that useful. Let's see, here's When the Darkness Comes review, which seems like it is nothing, so why did this get a 9.0? Let's see. When the Darkness Comes is a surprisingly smart horror game that manages to blend in introspective narrative elements, great story, neat meta elements, lovely scenes, scary. So either this was a game that either this is a game that they are promoting for some reason, or it actually is good. By the looks of it, I would immediately ignore that from the visuals. Devotion is the game from the Taiwanese company that got review bombed by Chinese citizens / Chinese bots. So it's not available for sale, I think, at the moment. Let's go ahead and attack with this. And I guess attack with this. Well, actually, let's just wait one turn. Let's just wait till he's one turn more powerful. That way, in case there's some trick there. And while I would mention Devotion, it becomes hard to bother to review it when you know it's not available for purchase. Now, do I have anything that would put Flutterfox in his state? Do I have an artifact or an enchantment? Yes, I do. So Flutterfox will be flying. If there's one thing that seems fairly obvious, it is that in this expansion, the main focus is going to be around playing enchantments and artifacts. Which that was just something I was not doing at all, really, with the previous expansion. So I am learning something new and I am growing. Let's see. Here's the occupation review, which, yeah, the occupation. I thought that game wasn't reviewed well. Because it was. I gave it a 9.5. Here's Pathways review. I don't recall even seeing this article. Although, in all fairness, if I'm looking at an entire list of all the good games that got reviewed on by TechRaptor in 2019, and I missed 2, maybe 3 articles, and that I misinterpreted or forgot about 10 games, that's not great numbers, but it's not terrible numbers either. It might make a good argument that I'm wasting way too much time looking at garbage games on Steam, looking for hidden gems that, of which there seems to be really none to find. But beyond that, I think I'm kind of doing fine. So this only will attack 8 a tapped creature. So if something wanted to block, when it's blocking, it doesn't become tapped when it blocks. Which pretty much makes this not that useful of a card, because all I can really do is hurt my own guys with it. Here's a medieval review, Way Beyond Heretic, which this looks like a clone of the game Heretic from many decades ago. And again, this is a game that just visually doesn't look interesting to me, so I would have immediately ignored it. Nowhere Prophet, Samsara Blues. I'm fairly certain I did see this game. Some of these games I think also just didn't make it to Steam, and that's kind of their problem. Why I forgot about them or ignored them. Children of Morta, of course, we know about. It's just really going to be a question of, do I want to buy it or not? Because it really does just run the exact same scenario as Devotion. Like, while it may be worth talking about Children of Morta, it may not really be worth playing it and covering it and owning it if Children of Morta does end up being delisted suddenly on Steam. Which it is at risk of that happening. Arise, A Simple Story. This one, I don't recall seeing this, but I could also, yeah, maybe it's an Epic exclusive. I could also easily have dismissed this for the few screenshots being shown here. And then Spirit of North, I remember this game, but I thought it was reviewed badly as a fox game where you played a fox. Almost feels like they've gone back and retroactively given some games positive reviews when nobody was paying attention. Which I really wouldn't throw that accusation out there, but it kind of feels like maybe it was Giant Bomb, maybe it was Gamasutra, maybe it was Gamatsu, but Gamasutra and Gamatsu don't put out reviews at all, so it would have had to have been Giant Bomb, if anybody, that I heard bad reviews on these games that are now getting 9s. And at this point I'm not listening to Giant Bomb at all, because I can't, because of their stupid, we wanted to put more individualized ads in the RSS feed, thus the RSS feed doesn't work now on my program. Let's see, moving on, check out, there's an article here. World of Horror is out on Steam Early Access February 20th. This is a high resolution black and white game from the looks of it. I'm willing to click that link and check it out, but we need to also hurry up here and wrap up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop looking at games that came out on Steam, which probably won't work too well, and I'm going to just focus on the news articles and hope that closes enough tabs. Just attack with everything. Just attack with everything. See, Gamatsu has the same article. World of Horror. It does look like a black and white flat game that you would have played like in DOS. But I would say this is probably a retro visual aesthetic more than it is an attempt at just making a low effort game. So that looks interesting. I guess a lot of these do link to Steam things, so I'll put it on the fall list and then close the tab, and I could have easily done that with a lot of these other articles, and then that would close tabs too. Well, not all of them, I guess. TechRaptor doesn't seem to link back. Gamatsu has an article here. Fire Emblem Three Houses DLC Side Story Cindered Shadows launches February 13th. I don't know if it was a Fire Emblem localization team or somebody else, but somebody just kind of blatantly in a podcast or chat somewhere admitted that they totally censor to their own SJW sentimentalities a lot of the dialogue, which is always a odd question, because that, in one way, that kind of is what the localization team is supposed to do. It's just, do you trust the people in charge of the localization team or not? In the end, as far as anime fans, they've always kind of known that, or most anime fans have kind of known that, and that's why there is major we want a complete subtitle based on what was actually written, what was actually said in Japanese, not a dub title that is just whatever they rewrote the dub for and then putting basically hard of hearing subtitles on DVDs or Blu-rays. But the true fans, or anybody who really wanted to be sure they were getting the full true translation, were probably watching it in the original Japanese and trying to understand it spoken in Japanese themselves. It's a little bit more complicated with region locking in video games, but yeah, for people who want the true story as it was originally intended to be told, you probably do need the Japanese version of Fire Emblem Three Houses and lots of other games. Usually the localization, and in any censorship or localization, is really boiled down to one instance that people find out about anyways, or one, maybe a few instances, maybe one issue that just happens over and over again throughout a game. But we haven't had anything just horrifically censored in video games. Not really. Because at a certain point those games just don't get released, and the ones that haven't been released, yeah, those would be the ones that people are missing out more of anyways. Like, I would much prefer to get twice as many games from Japan coming to the West if they were heavily censored than them not coming at all, which is still a big case, that a lot of games in Japan aren't coming out at all outside of Japan. So, you know, it's not an acceptable situation. It's not a good situation to have censorship in almost every case, or probably every case, as a free speech advocate. But complete blackout censorship is still censorship also. It's just attack with everything, I guess. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Blythe is coming to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Blythe being a Fire Emblem character also. It does feel like Smash Bros. Ultimate is perhaps slightly too much building out their roster with Fire Emblem characters and possibly even pushing Fire Emblem to be the new series to replace their lesser focused series like Metroid, because they really haven't done anything with Metroid in a while, or Star Fox. So it does kind of feel like maybe Nintendo is thinking about making Fire Emblem be a main system seller in their next generation. Moving on, Komatsu has an article here. Metro Redux is coming to the Switch February 28th. Which, okay, I don't think that's the most recent Metro game. It's a collection that includes Metro 2033 Redux and Metro Last Light Redux, which first launched for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC August 2014. So yeah, I don't think that is the most recent Metro game. I think that's some of the older ones.
My army will envelop this world.
Let's see. I don't know how I'm somehow surviving here, or why this is taking so long, but you know, we're not winning as fast as I would like to. TechRaptor has an article here. Table Manners, a dating sim, is out this Valentine's Day. So what's interesting here is a dating sim. It's like a 3D dating sim, and I think it's probably a joke, looking at all the spilled wine and such on the table. Find your soy mate. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like this is a joke game, kind of like Surgeon Simulator. This doesn't look like it really is a dating simulator of any sense. And yeah, that might be a funny joke game, but it also feels like one of those games that is mostly just for streamers. Speaking of streamers, I heard a rumor, and I'm gonna just leave it at a rumor until I get some more information, that PewDiePie is going to actually retire from video game streaming or YouTube streaming permanently. I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to stop using the name PewDiePie and then just start streaming under his real name. Or I wouldn't be surprised if he's leaving YouTube for Mixer or Twitch or some other service. Probably not Twitch. I wouldn't be surprised if he's just moving on completely for all the frustration that he's gotten in his life. See how useless that card was? I had that in my hand dozens of times and still really didn't do anything. Let's just kill this planeswalker. And personally, as a YouTube content creator, I guess I'm probably don't want to see PewDiePie go, because I don't think PewDiePie leaving just means more eyes and more people will start looking at smaller video game critics or content creators on YouTube in general. I imagine it just means people will leave, stop watching as much YouTube as possible. I think PewDiePie probably was bringing eyes to the platform and not being too much of a hindrance to the platform, because most of the attacks against him are against him for illegitimate complaints. Like the only real complaint is, yes, in the streaming in a stream he did say the N-word and shouldn't have said that, but that got blown up into a lot more things that weren't in his control or anything like that, or him just joking and people using his jokes as if he was being serious against him. Next we have a game on Steam here called Area Pathway to Dawn, which looks visually interesting. It may just be kind of a dancing around game. I wouldn't call it an asset flip, but it may be something like Journey, where there isn't a lot going on. I'm going to put it on the fall list. Comparing it to Rime and The Witness. I like The Witness. I thought Rime was not as good as it could have been. So, yeah, I'll put it on the fall list. I wasn't going to cover games, though, and I just ended up doing that accidentally. Right. 2 more turns. If I can just attack with this and hit this, then we should win in 2 turns. Gamatsu has an article here. Dragon Quest Your Story is coming to Netflix February 13th. This is the Netflix, I guess you'd call it an anime, although it's pretty CGI to me. CGI anime show. It's an interesting thought. We'll see how well that works. As far as Netflix is concerned, I've been mostly not using it for the past 3 or 4 months, and just recently in the past week or 2 started to watch a few more things. I haven't gotten to The Witcher or anything like that, but always I enjoy Netflix by just adding things to it and adding things, taking things off the playlist, just playing Menu Hero more than anything else. Gamatsu has an article here. Load Runner Legacy for the PS4 launches January 29th, which, okay, I don't know if anybody really wants to play Load Runner Legacy. Looks like it's taken the old 3D Load Runner game and put a bunch of 3D graphics on it, but it still has that problem of being a very old game. This deck, this blue deck, is mostly an experiment in playing Jaina, which is in my side deck, and I pull out with Fae of Wishes. So all you have to do, and it takes forever though, is just run out of cards. That's all this deck is built around, is just make me run out of cards and then I'll win. And first game I played with this, someone else was playing in a way to try to make me run out of cards also. So because of that, it was a very quick victory for me. But the trick here is you do, in your last 2 turns, pretty much have to play this, and they have to be in a position where they can't destroy your planeswalker fairly quickly. Because if they can destroy your planeswalker, you're going to be in trouble. This is the only land that's actually useful also. Because it lets you scry, and scrying will help. Gamatsu has an article here. Digimon Survive details Sakai Kimijima at Floramon and free action. So more screenshots of the new Digimon Survive. Although, in all fairness, a lot of this looks like either cutscenes or dialogue, where the actual game looks way more just like an RPG game. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I really want wants the half drama, half action RPG experience that it seems like they're offering. And if I was going to play a JRPG, I'm not sure if Digimon convinces me to want to play that more. Let's see. Spells your opponents cost 1 more to cast. Power is equal to the devotion of blue, so more blue cards on the field, the stronger this gets. Which is cool. Let's see. What does this do? Draw a card, discard a card. But enchant this, and that increases its devotion. Draw some cards. Play some land. So this is a jumpstart card, which means I can play it from the graveyard, where this is an escape card, which means I can play it from the graveyard, but I have to exile things. So jumpstart cards are better than they are better than what we've had before. Escape cards, like, yeah, jumpstart cards, which I think were introduced in Throne of Eldraine or earlier, are better than escape cards, although escape cards may be a little stronger. Alright, I have 44 cards. The strategy has failed miserably. Because I just tapped it again, and that was the mistake. I need to quit tapping this guy and use him for defense. Moving on, Gamatsu has an article here. Perspective switching puzzle game Nico Ghost Jump launches for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC in 2020. I've not heard of this game, so we've had some perspective shifting games, but yeah, it looks like it's a 3D platformer that turns into a 2D platformer. Looks like it's like a Super Mario Brothers 2D slash 3D game. It seems very inspired by Super Mario Odyssey, which may not be a bad thing if it's coming to PC. Like, actually being able to play something like Super Mario Bros. Odyssey would be interesting. Right. This one. This one. No attacks. Entering. Odds of me surviving here are pretty low. Gamatsu has an article here for PC's smartphone. Genshin Impact PC and smartphone closed beta test set for Q1 of 2020. Closed beta key giveaway happening. Genshin Impact looks to me like it is probably a Japanese gacha cell phone game, RPG game of some sort. They say it's an open world RPG, so I guess I'm wrong. Yeah. Let's see. A game called Kingpin Reloaded has been announced for PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC, which might be something. Let's see what this trailer. from 3D Realms and Interplay. This looks like a really old game. Is this a remaster of an older game, maybe? Yeah, I've never heard of a game called Kingpin before, but it is apparently something that has existed. This guy's saying good game to me. He has hex on him. Self. TechRaptor has an article here. Fantasy Flight shuts down Star Wars Destiny. Fantasy Flight, I believe, was also the business that went out of business completely. So their collectible card game and dice game, Star Wars Destiny. Let's see, has been shut down. Alright. Is this a different Fantasy Flight company, or am I thinking of a different company completely? Right. That, and then that, and then that. Oh, why did I do that? Towering wave, target a player. Yeah, why in the world did I do that? Right. Let's just go ahead and show off what we were planning on doing. So we don't look like a complete idiot. Even though we are pretty much a complete idiot. Seriously, we've been going so long, I just want to wrap this up. We've got so many games, so many tabs. RetroArch version 1.84 released, plus a new Laka update for 1.84. Like, that's really quick update, certainly, considering how they had put out another update just like a week or two before. So check that out if you're interested. TechRaptor has an article here for Stygian Reign of the Old Ones, which looks like a game that might be interesting as a Cthulhu-esque adventure game, some kind of RPG. It's a preview game with no release date though, so I don't know what you really take from that. TechRaptor has an article here for Summerford, a survival horror based on nuclear energy has been announced. This looks visually nice. Let's see if we can see more of the trailer. A little dark in the trailer. Yeah, definitely having some trouble with dark screenshot syndrome. I think maybe if they get the brightness up, there might actually be a game here. It's going to release later this year on Steam, so I'm not going to even bother to put it on the follow list. And that does let me see the end, so we could try to mention some of these games on Steam and then wrap up. Alright. This one here, and this one here, and block. Oh, I screwed up. I just lost because of trample. That was dumb. Alright, let's stop paying any attention to Magic and let's just go through some of these games and then wrap up. I've got 4 victories. It totally makes sense to go to at least 10 victories every day. Frankly, you should probably go to 10 victories every day. I'm not really going to do that, but at least in the early stages, it makes sense to try and get that just in case there is something crazy that happens and we don't get up to rank 90, or we get close to not getting up to rank 90. But yeah. So let's see. I'm just going to kind of curate this on the fly. We have a game on Steam here called Bullet Girls Fantasia. Being a anime game, it certainly is interesting to look at. It's mixed right now. I'm going to put it on the follow list because those graphics do look interesting. Although, frankly, it may not be much. Or it may just be way overpriced here. The main game is $26.99, yet the deluxe edition is way more, and maybe that's because there's just a ton of DLC costumes. It's Japanese full audio. So that looks interesting. It seems like it is also a mixture of sword and shield and guns, which might just be a little too crazy of a mix. Next we have a game on Steam called Country Girl Keiko, which looks like a visual novel, although it's being tagged as an RPG. It's from Kagura Games, which I don't think they've ever done anything great. $14.39, English and Chinese. So it probably is just a RPG Maker Chinese game. Not as bad as a lot of garbage Chinese games, but not good enough to be anything more than just an RPG Maker game. And I'm mostly going to be skipping some games here. Let's see. Here we have a game called Taurus VR, which looks like a fly around space game. In VR, which fly around space games never interest me, and too much neon lights almost always in space games. This is $11.99 in English. Yep, not my cup of tea. We have probably another troll game called Goodbye 2019. I bet from the same people that make all these live action troll joke games on Steam. Just seems like a bunch of friends keep making these games. 64 cents. This might just be a whole different group of friends. But yeah, while I do like full motion video games, I like them when they're actors. I don't like them when it is just a random group of college kids or teenagers making a game based on that. Let's see. Alright, so we're seeing something here that has happened on... There is a game on Steam called Rook. It's from Sodapop or Sodapop or Sockapop, and it doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look really great either. Looks like it's a really simplest... It's Sock Pop, S-O-K Pop. This doesn't really look like it's anything, and mostly I would just ignore it. They want $2.69 for it, but notice there's also a bundle here for $96.43, and Season 5 bundle, whatever a season means to them, is $16.16. There's 6 achievements, and it's English only. And yeah, this mostly just looks like it is a simplistic asset flip game. So normally I'd just ignore that. But then very quickly there's another game here called Pear Quest from Sock Pop, which looks very similar. And again, same bundles, same price. This seems like this is the exact same game being re-released. Or at least this is maybe the same trailer advertising all the games, which shouldn't be allowed on Steam, certainly. So somebody is flooding Steam, and they should be caught very quickly. Then the next game we have here is called Pilfer, with the exact same video from the exact same developer for the exact same price for the exact same thing. So yeah, how much more do we have? Will we see another one? Yes, we have another one here called Ollie and Bali Outdoor Estate. At least that name seems a little bit better thought out and thought through. And these were all released at the exact same time. And it doesn't stop. We have a game here called Bobo Robot. Why would you release all these games at the same time and cannibalize your own sales? At the very least. That's ridiculous. This might be the very reason why I had so many games open and tabs open in the first place. Here we have a game called Sprouts. Again, same price, same number of achievements, exact same icons on achievements. Seems like maybe you get a different number of achievements sometimes. Same bundles. And it's no wonder that it's $100 bundle when you are just selling simplistic games or the same game over and over again and flooding Steam with them. And it doesn't stop. We have a game here called Klim from Sock Pop. And there's really no way to flag this to Steam's attention. Like, there's no way to say, hey, look at this designer and look at the fact that they published all these games at the same time. Like, why did Steam let that happen in the first place? Why does that not raise red flags? Here's another game called Sunset Kingdom. It does seem like some of these later games are changing their depiction to give only imagery of the game they're actually selling, but this is ridiculous. Here you have a game called Fishy. Even if this was like EA or Activision or somebody, some major publisher that was trying to put their entire collection on Steam, Steam should not allow them to put them all out on the same day. They should say, look, one game a week until you've released all your old games on Steam. That way you can put out a press release every week and get way more attention. Here's another game called Pupper Park, which, again, they all look the same. They all look like they maybe were done as a game jam or something, but that doesn't mean they should be on Steam. It doesn't mean they should be on Steam at the same time. Here we have a game called Deer Hunter 2. This is ridiculous. Nothing's changing. And I could flag an individual game, but that's pretty much all I could do. See, this next game is tagged sexual content, so let me make sure these screenshots are YouTube family friendly. We have a game here called Chousatsu 1.5 Graduation, The Moving Castle, which that seems like a bunch of gibberish or something being translated to English very poorly. It's tagged cute, casual, adventure, and sexual content. It's almost certainly a visual novel. Apparently there's a whole graduation bundle because there's another game here called First Graduation Time After Time as a visual novel. This is English and Japanese, but then they want $8.99, which seems a little too expensive, but then it's also fully voiced in Japanese. Interesting. I'll put this on the follow list. I'll see if the voicing sells it. The background art and the extra characters not really selling it. Like, There's kind of something weird about having so many people in the background of a visual novel. It's just not typically done, even if that is more realistic. And I think I probably hit all the games that were from that one developer. Cover them. So let's just cover the other games on Steam since I only have about 5. Here we have a game called Skull's Solitude, which just looks a little too 90s. As some kind of RPG mech style game. $1.99, English only. Yeah, nothing. Not visually polished enough to interest me. I don't know if I'd really want to run around in a human size mech suit anyways in a game. Not particularly if it's just slowing me down and making me look ridiculous. Next we have a game called A Percent of a Pirate, which seems like maybe it's a puzzle game or a math game. It looks like it's been ported from a cell phone. It looks pretty boring. At 84 cents, English and French. Yeah, nothing there. Next we have a game on Steam called Calamari Clash, which looks like it's probably a player versus player game of some sort, although it does seem like you are just kind of running around on a random landmass. They're saying it's a racing game. It's free to play, English only, with online player versus player, so it's not something I would play anyways. Yeah. You try to get the battery for your ship. So it's like a capture the flag type game by the looks of it. We have a game here called Katate Koyo, which looks like it's a 2D Smash Brothers style game. Cats fighting each other with fish. Yeah, that looks like nothing. That seems like that's a crazy idea done with a bad visual aesthetic. I would not want to play a 2D Smash Brothers clone. $4.49, English only. We have about 4 more games and then we'll be done for the weekend. Let's see. Next we have a game here called Circle of Sumo Online Rumble, and it does seem to have female sumo wrestlers, which is a good thing that I think people should push forward, because they don't allow professional female sumo wrestlers in Japan because of stupid Buddhism concepts. But yeah, this is just free to play and it's online player versus player, so, and it does look like it probably isn't much of a sumo game. I would really like to see a lot of effort and a lot of visual polish put in making an actual sumo game, but I don't think sumo is particularly even popular with young people in Japan, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's no market for that. In the same way that wrestling game, like if a wrestling developer decided to just make a sumo game, that would be very interesting, but it would probably also be very buggy, knowing wrestling game developers, and probably would not sell. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Parano Hell, which is, I guess, supposed to be a combination of paranormal and hell, although I don't know how you'd pronounce it. Paranoid Hell, I guess. Otherwise, though, this looks like it is just an RPG Maker type adventure game with some dark screenshot syndrome. It's $4.49. It's English only. And yeah, not catching my attention. Next, we have a game on Steam called Prison Forever, which I don't know if this is a simulation game where you're just in prison forever and you're walking around this asset flip of a prison, or if this is or if there's more to the game. There's no way to escape, so don't try. Maybe there's an escape room, but no. To me, this looks like an incredibly low effort game selling for 74 cents. And yeah, I don't see any reason why anybody would want to play that. Next, we have a game on Steam called Rodent Warriors, which looks like it might be a little bit interesting as kind of a pixel graphics adventure game, but it also looks like it has a lot of stuff going on, when the actual game seems to be just kind of a infinite runner RPG game, which are starting to become more of a thing. Yeah, it looks like there's too much garbage mechanics and not enough just main gameplay mechanics to make it interesting. It's $9.99, English only. People that are reviewing it are saying it's positive. I just don't see anything here that would make me want to play this for more than 5 minutes. Gamatsu has an article here. The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 3 is coming to PC March 23rd. And if you buy it before March 30th, you get a free cosmetic download. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe I should buy it, maybe I shouldn't. A lot of those pre-order bonuses, though, not worth getting. And then Open Critic had an article here. The Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled is making its way into the Wastelands. A new event apparently is happening. That's not really worth mentioning. And let's see. We have a game on Steam here called Gala Collider, which is this a space game? It's tag player versus player, early access, free to play, online PvP with in-app purchases. Yeah, that doesn't interest me. Okay, so then that leaves me with no more news. We can look at the Humble Bundle store. There's an Australian Fire Relief bundle, where if you pay $25 or more minimum, you get Hollow Knight, Void Bastards, Euro Truck Simulator 2, and Armorello. You get Hand of Fate 2 Dusk. This might not be a terrible offering if you don't own any of these games, or you own very few of these games. Hacknet, Primal Card, Frog Detective 1, Mr. Shifty, Assault Android Framed Collection, Think of the Children, Feather, Death Squared. This is a lot of games for $25. Quest of the Dungeons, Stillness. And the thing about this is all these little small developers and publishers can say, well, we're part of this bundle, but they don't have to really put any money in, and they don't really have to do anything there. And it seems to me like all the money goes to these charities, with none of them actually going to the developers or the Humble Bundle store or anything like that. But that is also pretty expensive. You'd also need to pick out a couple of games there that you were planning on buying, because if you weren't planning on buying any of those and you really don't really just want to support the Australian Fires, why not donate to a better charity? Or I guess maybe if those were the charities you were going to donate to anyways, it probably doesn't matter at that point. Anyway, so then that brings me back to my Twitter feed, and I'm going to just quickly scroll down see. Unsettle Rainbow Six Siege DDoS dealers hit with a Ubisoft lawsuit. That's not really that big of a news. Couple more games came out. Magic Arena an hour ago put out a blog about, if you're new to the game, read this blog, which honestly that should be in their improved tutorial, and it should be in the game directly, not through people that follow their Twitter feed, which is a small fraction of people who would be playing Magic the Gathering, Arena, or Paper Magic. Yeah, I really don't talk about the PAXs. PAX South happened, I guess, and that's pretty much all I can say. They don't ever, like, in my entire history of running my YouTube channel, they never really get more than one big announcement, maybe two. They're not like an E3 where there's just so much news coming out that it really deserves coverage the whole time. Gamma Sutra has an article here promoting GDC, promoting a practical tips on hiring and keeping women leaders in games. I'd give a tip as treat people as an individual, and instead of just being a demographic to check off a checkbox as far as your diversity metrics, and you'll probably get a lot farther. I've never met anyone of any gender who feels appreciated when they are treated as nothing other than a metric. So that would be my first tip. That's all. That's all the news that popped up on Twitter. So that's going to be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wish list, or gift me a gift card. Thank you for watching.